Morning, everyone. It is 11:10 on my computer of December 9th. This is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. The first thing on the agenda is public comment. If you are a member of the public and you're on Zoom, find your raise hand button. If you're in the room, just raise your hand. Not seeing anyone in the room.
I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand. On Zoom. Nothing.
Okay. So then I'm going to close public comment. Let's go to a communications update. Megan Heiler.
Oh, sorry.
Too fast.
All right, just two quick updates here today. I want to remind everybody that public health has updated vaccines. So if you're interested in getting vaccinated for flu or COVID, they do have updated vaccines for this winter. So please get vaccinated, especially if you're going to go see older family members for Christmas. Also, Mountain Youth Network is doing some free trainings coming up in March and in February. I'm just going to read what I have on the website because it's much better than me just offhanding it. You can stay safe in the backcountry with free AIARE avalanche education courses. These are actually professional certifications and they typically cost hundreds of dollars. Priority will be given to young people and teenagers here in Clear Creek County. But expert instructors will be coming here and they'll be teaching from February 20th through the 22nd in March. And this is a really good opportunity if you want to work in the outdoors or work in rescue and things like that. So if you want to sign up, you can reach out to me and I'll get you in touch with Mountain Youth Network, or you can email Nico Guzman. His information is on our website. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. County manager updates.
Not a lot for me. Just to let the board know I will be gone the week of Christmas. I'll be in Albuquerque with my partner's family. Other than that, we do have another meeting on the 16th, which is a little back-to-back for us, but that was because CCI was the week before. So just a reminder to everyone. And I do have an announcement, but I think it's more appropriate for you to make it on the congressional nomination since you made the nomination. So
Okay.
cede my time to you.
So yeah, commissioner updates, and I guess I'll just start. Normally I defer to you too. But I'll just start with one of the items and then defer to you. I nominated Aaron Crawley to the First Responder of the Year award. This is an award given by Congressman Neguse, and I found out about 10 minutes ago that he was selected. So he's going to win First Responder of the Year in the 2nd Congressional District. It's a big district. It goes from Larimer County, like all the way through Summit, and a lot of great first responders here in Clear Creek and in the district. And I nominated Aaron because of what he did last year to keep that team together. We knew they needed a third bus, and it took a lot of effort for them to respond the way that they did and keep up the progress. They maintained the whole blood program. They did so much, and so really, really proud of Aaron. It's a very deserving award. And we'll be going to that award ceremony on Saturday. So I'll save the rest of my updates for later. Who would like to go?
I'm ready. All three of us attended the Colorado Counties Incorporated 3-day conference. It's a conference of commissioners from all 64 counties in the state. Each county gets one vote. So we actually have to communicate and work with each other. And so going to these conferences gives us a chance to lobby each other on pet bills and such. And there was also a lot of good training sessions on how to fund various things, ideas for, initiatives to get more money for the county. And it was very worthwhile, very, very good. Also, I took a session on jails, so I might have a chat with you about that. And anyway, yesterday I met with Evergreen Fire Rescue, Clear Creek Fire Authority, Office of Emergency Management, Jefferson Sheriff, our mapping department, and the Clear Creek Sheriff's PIO. And that is planning for a spring evacuation drill up at Echo Hills, Beaver Brook, and Witter. And that, we had a lot of concern in those communities because some of them are one way in, one way out. So this drill will help both our residents figure out how long it takes when everybody is leaving at the same time. And also it will help our emergency services understand, where the pinch points are, where we might need to do more mitigation because, there are trees overhanging the road or whatever. So that is coming up in late spring, and we'll be meeting monthly to get that all organized and planned. Reaching out to the PIOs. Jenny's going to reach out to you.
Love it.
So anyway, that was a great meeting, and really hope we get the residents to participate, because there was a lot of concern about one way in, one way out roads. And this will help people practice what they need to do, think about what they need to bring, and then work with your county emergency services to see how to make it better after this drill.
Thank you.
So yeah, we all attended the CCI. I also attended the NOCO Places last Friday. There's kind of a reorg with that group. They're talking about bringing in other entities, maybe Fort Collins. So that's going to be changing. And NOCO Places is also going to become a 5013C. So I know I sent Peter some documents to look over to make sure they're okay for us to sign. And I will be attending the Red Rocks. It's called Shape the Future of Red Rocks. I don't know if you guys got invited to that.
Yes.
Virtual. I'm going to be attending that. And then tomorrow is CPP, which is a community partnership panel for Henderson Mine. And then I also attended Mountain Youth Network. That was before the Thanksgiving break. I thought that was, I don't know, very inspirational, talking to the kids and the leaders of that group. I look forward to working with them. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. So the other things on my list here, first is I got some additional constituent outreach from Blue Valley. Actually heard from two people about, we're aware of this issue. We received public comment on it. GPS systems send people over Blue Valley when I-70 gets closed. And Blue Valley is not a road that 18-wheeler can pass. And it's not a road that, the kind of volume that can make it down I-70 can make it through. I did, the last time I was discussing this with this constituent, I said, it's been reported to me that there is, don't trust your GPS kind of signage on Little there. This constituent took some pictures and they said, I really think this sign should be up at the intersection of 103 and Little Bear. And so I passed that feedback along to Road and Bridge staff. I asked Road and Bridge staff to bring us some kind of a work session or something like some ideas about how to improve that situation within what we can do. So that's just a heads up to you both that some additional steps are being taken there. I totally different topic. I applied to be on the EMS System Sustainability Task Force. This is a statewide task force. CCAT is supporting that application. And my hope is that we're one of the few counties that runs an EMS program. And so my hope is that we can provide some unique value. The work ends in January of 27. So that's really perfect for my timeline. And they've gone through already like a building up the data portion of the process. We're really getting into what good ideas people have. And so I'm gonna be having a lot of fun over there to get appointed. On this is not grouped in topic. I'm just bouncing all over the place. A couple of things related to GROC. That is our regional settlement group. First, we did make a decision to contribute $2.5 million to a capital project by the Jefferson Center for Mental Health. We're calling it Sectaria Landing. It's right at 6th and Union. It's going to consolidate a bunch of services related to recovery from substance use into one site and pull them a lot closer to Clear Creek County. So I think this is going to be among the best investments we've made in the GROC. And I'm glad that we got it done. We also got at the GROC just a shout out to Elizabeth, who runs our CChat program, did a update on what we've done with GROC money for our co-responder program. She did a great job in this presentation, bringing data about the number of people that have been contacted and the kinds of outcomes and the relief that service is providing to other first responders in the county. So just a shout out to Elizabeth for her great work there in that presentation. I'm biased, but I thought it was the best one of the day. Then also related to the GROC, we funded Jefferson County Public Health to do a harm reduction needs assessment in all 3 counties. There's going to be a second round of funding that is going to be kind of calibrated to what kinds of services, where the service gaps are in the 3 counties. Jefferson County Public Health is starting to reach out and do interviews about what people perceive as the needs. They reached out to me. If either of you are interested, I know I made sure they reached out to Tim Ryan, of course, our public health director. And if either of you would like to have a conversation about that, happy to get you connected. That's GROC. 2 things coming out of the CCI conference for me. One is I spent most of the time with the Human Service Directors Association because there are a couple of huge proposals to change the way the Department of Human Services eligibility management works in Colorado. I presume you're aware of those. I know that there's information about them in your inboxes from CCI. The question that I have for Sarah is, are we in a position where we can rely on the opinions that are coming out of the Human Service Directors Association? Or are we in a position where we really need to spend time as a board identifying how our interests are distinct and arriving at different positions than kind of the other counties in the state? So I'm waiting to hear back from Sarah on that, but I think it would be not an insignificant amount of board time for us to land on a position that isn't what our colleagues around the state are asking her. So heads up on that. Tomorrow I am going to do an interview about our county budget with KGOT at noon. And I'm looking forward to that. And I think I have 2 other things. Childcare. So I've been sitting on a selection committee for our early childhood council. You will see on next week's agenda the recommendation for who we should choose. We did have, and the other 2 counties are having, I believe, work sessions today about it because of the tightness of our agenda. I chose to just give you a quick commissioner update. We had 2 applicants. One was the incumbent early childhood council. They're now calling themselves Child Care Innovations. The other one was a little bit of a surprise. It was Jefferson County Public Health. Triad Bright Futures, who I had thought would apply, determined that they didn't have the capacity to, on such a short timeline, expand their scope so greatly. Jefferson County Public Health sits on the Triad Bright Futures Advisory Board, does a ton of work in the childcare space. Public health agencies tend to do this, right? They identify the huge needs and they go get to work. And I don't think it's an accident that they've been active in this space at the same time that we're trying to figure out whether we can be served better by a different early childhood council. So we did unanimously decide to recommend to the 3 counties that we choose Jefferson County Public Health. There will be much more explanation available to you when we ask you all. This board is asked to make a decision on the 16th. And lastly, I just want to mention this is our first public meeting since Faith Winter passed away in a car accident on I-25. She was not our senator, but she was a senator who worked on a bunch of issues that are very important to us. Air quality. She helped pass the recycling bill that we're about to be getting reimbursements for our efforts at the transfer station. She did a ton of things, and a mantra that she lived by was lift as you rise. Because as she got into elected office, she encouraged people around her to run. She trained them, and her legacy stands tall. And I just want to take a moment and express some gratitude to Faith for what she did for the people of Colorado. And that is all from me.
Thank you. That's
So, anything else on commissioner updates? Any questions? Okay. The next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, before we go to that, I thought I'd read in an executive session that the board was interested in having.
Yes, thank you. I was supposed to do that before, anything. So we do have an executive session that we're going to read in right now. Peter?
Moving in, oh, that's right. We're not moving into it yet, sorry. Pursuant to CRS 246402-4B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to potential legislation and ballot initiatives relating to generation of tax revenue.
Okay, so that's the executive session. Right now, we're just reading it into the agenda for public awareness. Colleagues, if you'll indulge me, I think we should take it up after the consent agenda.
That's good with me.
Okay. I also, while we're talking about the agenda and how it's ordered, item 7, I want to move, this is a letter to the district attorney about her budget request. I think it's most appropriate for us to pass that letter rather than having a separate discussion. It really is in the context of our larger budget. I'd like us, if it's okay with you, to consider that letter after we approve or not our budget. And so that would be item 10 is the county's general budget. So I'm just going to right after item 10 before item 11 bring that up if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Back to the agenda. Now we're doing the consent agenda. Thank you, Peter. Does anybody have anything they wish to remove?
No.
I do.
You do?
Yeah. I am going to pull item D, only because I want a little bit of explanation on the record. So if that's the only item, I'll read the rest of them and then we can take up item D. Okay. So item A is consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B is consideration of the final settlement for RC 25-01 pavement rehab and drainage improvements for Fall River Road. Item C is consideration of PW 24-08 task order number 11 to the agreement between the owner and engineer for professional services with Roxol Consulting Group. Item D has been removed. Item E is consideration of approval of CP 25-02 Sport Shooting Park Outdoor Bay Improvements Contract. And item F is consideration of approval of the quarterly public trustee reports for January through September 2025.
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second?
Discussion? Quick comment from me. My excitement of the weekend was reading about the outdoor bay improvements at the sport shooting park. I've spent years having anxiety about not knowing whether we will get the kind of noise mitigation people deserve in Dumont. And I'm really excited to see that this is going to be, among the best technologies you can use for sound mitigation there in Dumont. So just a ton of gratitude to staff for figuring that out.
Is that expected to open this spring then?
Hopefully April.
April, okay.
So any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes, and by staff, I mean Lisa, and I mean Stacy Canada, Lisa Lieben. Thank you both and everybody else that was involved, Stoy. So let's take up item D now. So this is consideration of approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners of Clear Creek County, Colorado, on behalf of the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office and the town of Georgetown for law enforcement services. Sheriff Ron Thornton is listed as the presenter of this. I have questions for Sheriff Thornton, for Colton, and for Peter. I just want to start this by sharing that I am in support of this contract. I'm aware that Georgetown passed it last night. I'm not trying to like change this negotiation. So with that,
Should we invite Sheriff Thornton up?
yep.
Just to correct the record, it passed last week.
Oh,
Just
last week.
Right.
That's right, because Georgetown, yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you, Sheriff Thornton, for being here. And I have three questions, colleagues. You may have additional questions. They're pretty general. This is really for transparency and memory of the board on what we're agreeing to here. So I'll start with you, Sheriff Thornton. If you and your team can just describe what's being agreed to in terms of the services being delivered. Like, how many people are we hiring? What are they going to be up to? When are they going to be on staff?
Well, initially, the scope of the services, one thing we're providing, one of our sergeants, our fourth sergeant is going to be the supervisor for Georgetown. It's going to be a point of contact for the town to be able to reach out if they have any concerns or questions or just general information. They've got one person that they can go to. Our schedule, when we're at full staffing, we're going to be, and that includes hiring 3 people for Georgetown. It's going to be a total of 120 hours per week that we're providing Georgetown. And that's going to be broken up throughout the day and throughout the week, but it'd be a total of 120 hours per week. The deputy that is assigned to Georgetown at that time, they're going to be assisting the school in SRO functions, crossing guards and stuff like that. They're not going to be a dedicated SRO just for the school, but they're going to be acting in those duties. We'll be providing monthly report service to the town of Georgetown. Once we're fully staffed, for the first year, it'll be monthly reports and then it'll go to like quarterly reports after the first year. For the first year, we'll be required to attend their town meetings, and give a update to their board of selectmen of all the calls and any issues that we've ran into throughout the month. Community events, that person, like currently we have the Georgetown Christmas Market going on. We had a presence there over this weekend. A lot of people like it just because it's the Georgetown Christmas Market. But we'll provide at least one person to attend these special events, the person on duty, call volume allowing. If it's a larger event, like some of the slacker or stuff like that, then they will give us at least a 90-day notice to put out there and try to get extra staffing at a special event rate instead of the normal rate that the assigned deputy would be at. By signing the contract, that gives them access to our PIO. Our public information officer will be acting, and correct me if I'm wrong, Captain Rubin, but they're going to be acting as sort of their PIO for law enforcement matters. They'll be having their own town PIO for town specific information. But as far as the law enforcement side of it, our PIO will be acting in that role for them. This contract gives us they get the compliance and statutory reporting regulations that we had to meet through our records department. They have access to our investigations, our detectives and our evidence. You know, we'll store and track and all the evidence that's brought in from specific cases. Our investigators will work when needed for high cases that require an investigator instead of, you know, if it's a string of burglaries or whatever, you know, they will have access to our detectives. What they won't have, you know, they will not have control over our deputies. We set their schedules, they're bound by our policies and our procedures. We're not bound by their policies or procedures, and they can't change our policy and procedures. Our code enforcement division that we have, they're going to be acting for Georgetown, parking complaints, noise complaints, stuff like that. They'll have access to, you know, our code enforcement guys will be utilizing Georgetown municipal codes to enforce some of their the most common complaints that they get. And they will be handling, there'll still be funding their Jeffco 911 fee, paying that service. Georgetown's handling that. We're not going to be funding that for them. They're still going to be funding their portion of it. And that's initially until we get fully staffed. It's what we call a ramp up period. We're going to be providing one deputy for how many hours?
Be 1 hour per shift, up to 1 hour per shift, depending on call load.
Up to 1 hour per shift. And then as we progress and get the people hired and trained on, then we're going to be increasing that patrol time and the hours dedicated to Georgetown. And that's pretty much the gist of it. If you got any other specific questions I might be able to answer?
No, I don't think so. I mean, that's a lot of information. Colleagues?
The only thought that I have is, in there it said for the sign or something on the vehicle,
Yes, ma'am.
that's gonna be up to you guys, what you design, or how is that gonna work?
Yes, ma'am. And I think Captain Rubin has come up with a couple of designs already, and if it's gonna be a magnetic.
Yeah, the idea is for it to be magnetic. In theory, cars go down, they're in for repairs, they get damaged. You want to be able to move it from car to car.
Okay,
Not every patrol car we have here is going to have that sign on it. But the one specifically designated to work within the town for that shift would have the ability to put that sign on it. We do have two designs created. And when the time is appropriate, I will give those two designs over to Georgetown. They can take a look at it and weigh in on which of the two they like.
I'm sure that'll make Georgetown feel a little more comfortable, I guess, that they know that's who's dedicated, since our presence is here too.
Right.
Yeah.
It's common. Gilpin County does that for Central City as well. That's on their cars for every event. So it's kind of the standard of what's been.
Okay.
You're not gonna buy new uniforms for them though, right?
No,
No.
we're still gonna be in our uniforms and our gear, and it's still gonna say Clear Creek County Sheriff's Department. It's just those officer or those deputies that are assigned to Georgetown are going to be the Georgetown cars.
Okay.
The contract really funds 3 deputies.
Yes,
As that's what we're taking on. And the game for us is that we'll take on 3 deputies where the bulk of their operating function is in Georgetown, with the exception of any kind of, people in Georgetown have their own PD. They would respond outside of the county if there was need for accident help, other officers needing help, medical calls. So they'll still be able to support the county, but if that's not going on, they'll be primarily in Georgetown. So, and then we're not taking on any of their old evidence or any of their old stuff. We'll only take on everything going forward, because we just got with Jefferson County this last year and had our evidence audited. So it's in a clean previous, which is the norm when Gilpin took, or when Jeffco took on Morrison, when Gilpin took on Central City, is that they didn't take on what had happened in the past. So we'll be taking anything that from this contract point forward, but not inheriting anything that wasn't handled.
Okay, and that's clear in your contract?
Yes.
Correct.
And that contract's been reviewed by our lawyer or?
Yes.
Many
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Many times.
good.
Peter's been a big part of this process, and Eric, it's been a lot of back. and forth.
Okay. All right, so I have one question. So Georgetown's going to get a police officer for their town meetings, but we don't have one yet?
No, they, for the first year, they want, whether it be the sergeant that's in charge of the Georgetown division
Mm-hmm.
or a patrol officer to attend their meeting to give an update
Okay,
on what is, what's happened the past month.
okay, so they won't be sitting there the whole meeting providing law enforcement support?
No.
for-
It's just providing an update, just like we do quarterly for you guys, to
Okay.
give you a sheriff's office update. We would present that at that time,
Okay.
but no, not for every meeting.
And then for the first year, it would be monthly. And then after the first year, then it goes to quarterly.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. I'll save sort of comments about my opinion for the end, but they're going to be positive. I have two other questions for I might have three actually. I think next I want to hear from you, Peter, just in terms of like, can you just describe for us like the key elements of the contract, term, are we reasonably protected, et cetera?
Sure. Absolutely. So the term of the contract is listed for 5 years. I believe we have an automatic renewal subject to, and maybe Eric can remind me on that. But we have the opportunity, either side has the opportunity to terminate the contract at any time with a year's notice. So if, for example, we were to find as we're in this that it's not working out between the parties, either party has the opportunity to give notice and terminate the contract with that year's notice. If for some reason it can be ended earlier, I'm sure that's something that we would negotiate. But the idea was to go into this with the thought that this was a long-term solution and that we can expect that the first year is going to have a ramp-up period, and we did provide for that in the contract. Where we will not be fully staffed at this point. So we'll allow some time to do that. We'll have a different billing structure during that period of time. And then the goal is to have 3 deputies assigned essentially. Now they may rotate every few months, but because the department's not huge, our sheriff's department, it's likely that the people in Georgetown are going to get to know the sheriff's deputies, who they are anyway. We just would like, and I believe the town would like, a personal feeling that's dedicated to Georgetown. As far as liability goes, each side shares its own liabilities in terms of its negligence, but essentially we will be responsible for our actions as the sheriff's department, as we would be even without a contract. The other thing that this contract allows for is Ron had mentioned the appearance at certain special events and everything. The goal is to have a presence and let the community in Georgetown know that we are their police department for them, even though we're the sheriff's department as well.
Thank you, colleagues. Question for Colton. Can you talk a little bit about the financials? Are you confident that we're getting close to cost recovery?
So the design here was to cost recovery, the direct and indirect costs of the 3 deputies. But what is not covered on cost recovery is administrative costs, my time, Peter's time, HR's time, right? These kind of that kind of level of cost recovery. What's recovered is the direct salary benefit costs, including an escalator over 5 years. The term has been normalized to a flat rate over 5 years, but it includes the acceleration of those costs. The nice thing about having a little bit of a ramp up time with this is we know that a single deputy normally incurs about $16,000 worth of records time for the records team at the sheriff's office for the evidence and stuff per deputy per year. So that's included in the price, vehicle costs, training costs, equipment costs, maintenance costs, fuel costs, right? To the tune of about $211,000 a year per deputy. Right? Now that is not complete cost recovery and full transparency, but the benefit here is that we have known police to police in Georgetown. They're better integrated with us. We are responding to calls either way, right? This allows the sheriff to have a little bit more and us to have a little bit more of a holistic working relationship with the town on the law enforcement side. Because essentially the sheriff's office is backup for the municipalities for the whole county anyway.
Right.
Right.
And if something
So-
happens in Georgetown and there isn't police presence, it can easily
It's
migrate to Idaho Springs or.
It's the sheriff's responsibility either way. So we feel comfortable with this number. We feel like this is a good improvement for public safety. We are not, the whole goal on everything is cost recovery. We just feel like this is revenue that we need and the benefits outweigh the costs here.
And I'd just like to add, so it's not, I just want to point out from a legal perspective, it's not the sheriff's responsibility without a contract to necessarily respond to normal calls for service. That would be the municipal police department's responsibility. It does have under statute the requirement that should there be public unrest, riots, something like that, then we do have an obligation. So the law is pretty clear on that, as is the case law. But the reality is, when the sheriff's office is trying to be a good community partner, it's not as though the sheriff's office would just be like, oh, sorry, not our problem. That is not the goal. And so this formalizes that relationship. It is not intended, nor is it ever expected to be a revenue generating agreement. This is really to formalize how we can be there for Georgetown. And like Colton said, the upside is we do therefore account for some calls for service this way because we are in a way compensated. We wouldn't even have that. But I think it's really a better system in terms of some consistency throughout the county.
Thank you. I have one more question, and this one is fairly technical. Rachel, I think it might be you, maybe Colton, I mean, whoever. I don't think we budgeted for these expenses or these revenues. Do we anticipate a supplemental appropriation? And if so, when?
We can talk about that. I think the timing is a little strange because we're passing our budget today, but I think within once we start receiving those payments, or before we start receiving those payments, we will need to adjust the budget in some capacity to account for this revenue and the expenses.
They're also not fully staffed, and we built the staffing out. So he also has those 3 additional positions that are within appropriations at that 6-month period. We'll have a look at how our spending has been doing across the general fund. Get the contract reimbursements as well.
Thank you. It's just like one of the trends to have our eye on, not the important piece of this. Anything else, colleagues, questions?
I'm good. No.
What are your opinions on this?
Are you ready for a motion?
Well, I actually, I mean, safe to presume we all support it.
Yes.
You want to make any comments about why? Start. I think this is a really momentous thing for us to do. I think it's indicative of improving relationships among the municipalities, improving awareness of how we can serve one another and build better systems. I think we've learned some hard lessons in this county about the importance of great law enforcement leadership. And good leadership is hard to find and hard to pay for. Confident we've got that here. And I think we do better in building law enforcement systems that are responsive and effective and well-trained and well-equipped and all of that stuff when we do it together. So I'm really excited to see this. I view this as a first step. I think we should be doing this on at least Idaho Spring, at least west of Idaho Springs. Idaho Springs may be big enough to sustainably finance their own department. But we're small populations over here. All 4 of the jurisdictions over here are dealing with small populations. So I think this is
With
really smart.
big city I-70 problems, right?
Right. So appreciate Georgetown's wisdom in exploring this with us. I think we're ready for a motion.
I move that the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners approve the IGA with Georgetown and the Clear Creek Sheriff's Office.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you for your time and coming and explaining. I just thought this was important for the public to be able to have something to go to and see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we are going to do an executive session, the one that was read into the agenda a little bit earlier.
I'm ready.
Okay, so therefore I move the board into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to potential legislation and ballot initiatives relating to generation of tax revenue.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. The board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will return here to take up item 8 on the agenda. Okay, we are back on the record. The board has concluded. Session, no minutes were kept, notices and decisions were made. And the next thing on the agenda is the Board of County Commissioners action session, item number 8. Consideration of approval of submission of a joint comment letter on the FERC environmental assessment regarding the bypass of Forebay Dam, Georgetown Hydroelectric Project number 2187-046. Georgetown Hydro FREC Georgetown Decommissioning Project. We have Lisa Lieben to present this to us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to present this joint comment letter for your consideration. These are comments regarding the environmental assessment for the bypass project. It's an Xcel Energy project at the Georgetown Forebay Dam. As you know, the Forebay Dam is located above Georgetown on Guanella Pass Road, and this amendment request is part of the larger Xcel project, which proposes to remove the dam, decommission the penstock, and restore Clear Creek. The county is both a permitting agency and a landowner in the project area, so both hats. The bypass project involves the construction of an outlet structure with an overflow channel approximately 1,000 feet upstream of the dam, and the installation of 2 4-foot diameter pipes along the west side of the creek adjacent to Guanella Pass Road. These pipes would bypass flows around the reservoir and dam and discharge just downstream of the dam and remain in place until FERC issues a final determination on the disposition of the Forebay Dam and reservoir. Instead of submitting separate comment letters to FERC, staff has worked with the town of Georgetown, Historic Georgetown Incorporated, the Historic Public Lands Commission, and the Georgetown Design Review Committee on a joint letter addressing our concerns. And I'm requesting today approval to be a party to the comment letter. A copy of the EA and joint letter were included in your packet, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Will this benefit the county?
Indirectly, yes. It primarily benefits the town of Georgetown because their water treatment facility is below this reservoir, and there's a very strong concern that the sediment in that reservoir is 100 years of mining sediment. And so by bypassing it, these 2 large pipes, which will carry approximately 200 cubic feet a second during high flow, will keep that water out of the reservoir area. Hopefully the reservoir area will be dried prior to testing. They'll core drill it and determine what needs to be done with that sediment.
Thank you.
Good question. Others?
No, I just wanted to say, we did run into Tyler at CCI, and he spoke to Rebecca and I both. He's trying to get together a meeting with us and Gilpin for other reasons, and he had a tour for us set up, but it did get canceled, get rescheduled of the Georgetown, the Cabin Creek area. We'll do that in the spring.
I've reached out to him to try to set something up for y'all for a tour.
Okay. I was hoping to do it before, but I guess weather made it not able to happen. And it looks like you have a lot of people that were part of this, a lot of historical people.
Yes, we have formed a hydro task force clear back when this project, when Xcel filed for decommissioning to FERC in 2023. We started the hydro task force. So we're trying to combine our efforts and coordinate with Xcel to get the best project we can get out of this effort. And it does directly impact Georgetown water supply. And Clear Creek, the Clear Creek property in the project area is right at the bottom of the dam. Literally some of the riprap as of the diversion pipe they put in 2024 is on county land.
Okay. I don't have any questions. This all makes sense to me. Any other questions?
Who else's land is it on? Georgetown?
Town of Georgetown is above it on the Silverdale side. Historic Georgetown Incorporated owns a mining claim that comes down into the project area. they will need to mobilize that an easement will be needed because they'll need to mobilize and actually do work on all parties' lands there.
Thank you.
I noticed there was a part that, it was clarified, it was not the gold mine. It was from the silver mines. What was the importance of that?
It was to correct to let FERC know that this was primarily silver mining area. So the sediments were concerned that are from silver mining, and just to correct the record
Okay,
more than
but
anything.
not like it's a different process or,
No.
okay.
And maybe point out the level of effort that went into this initial analysis that was submitted to them. Right? If you're missing the ore that was produced, you might be missing some other important details, right?
Exactly. And you might remember the memorandum of agreement that I brought in front of you in October. That was part of the Section 106 process with the State Historic Preservation Office. Same project, part of the process.
Okay.
Okay, colleagues, what are your opinions on this one?
I think I support the recommendation of staff.
Me too. I think this, not only are the people of Georgetown part of the county and our constituents as well, but I think it's really good when we support each other as local governments.
You ready for a motion?
Yep.
I would like to make a motion for the approval of submission of a joint comment letter on the FERC environmental assessment EA regarding the bypass of Forbay Dam Georgetown Hydroelectric Project number 2187-046. Georgetown Hydro FREC, Georgetown Decommissioning Project.
That was a motion.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate
All your
this.
efforts on this.
Well, and you'll see, think back till 2028.
Okay.
He just does such a good job.
Okay, next on the agenda, we're going to start talking budget. We have Rachel Harlow-Schock for the next several items. This is item number 9, consideration of resolution number 25-86, a resolution levying general property taxes for the year 2025 to help defray the cost of government for Clear Creek County, Colorado for the 2026 budget year. Rachel.
Thank you. And I'm very excited to be here today, as I'm sure you all are as well. This has been a long process, and I really very much appreciate the approach that we had taken this year. A collaborative process is not easy, and it creates environments of questionable information being always available when we want it, and then coming back and then resetting and then coming back and resetting. So I think that becomes frustrating for some and also exciting for others who are learning. And we've got a lot of new people. And so we've had a lot of learning going on as well. So I appreciate the level of effort you all have put in and the time that we've gotten to spend together. So this item is around the mill levy.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So the first step of the budget process is that we have to levy the dollars in order to accept them in, and then we begin the process of adopting the budget. The recommendation is that you adopt the same mill levy as last year. The distinction for this year is that, thank you, Megan.
It's all right. I found it.
Cool. And then, yeah, perfect. So this chart just reflects the change over time on property tax collections. You'll notice there was a huge change from 2016 to 2026. And that really does reflect the change in our extraction activity within the county. And what's interesting is it is a slight increase that we will begin to see again in 2026, but it is capped. And that cap is a requirement from House Bill 24B 1001 and then Senate Bill 24-233, that when we see growth of our assessed value beyond 5.25%, then we have to implement the cap on revenue reduction. We had a 10.6% growth last year, so we had to implement the cap.
So had we not implemented the cap, we would have received, everything is forward looking. So these are our projections. I project that we will be receiving 12.6 in across all of the mills that we collect. There are 4 different mills. Mill sets will be receiving around 12.6 million. If we hadn't applied that cap, we would have received an additional $716,000 roughly. So just to remind you all, that is a revision because from our working sessions, because the assessed values were finalized and adopted by Donna G and our county assessor. So again, I'm not recommending any changes to the mill levy, maintaining the general government mill levy, the road and bridge mill levy, and the open space welfare. Next slide. Megan? The road and bridge mill levy has not changed since 2007. The open space mill levy has not changed since 2006, and then the general government has not changed since 2010. Just as a reminder and as a summary. And then the last slide, I guess. That's,
I promise I'm trying. It's just
I think that's it.
not cooperating. Oh, okay.
Anyway. So again, the recommendation is that the Board of County Commissioners adopt resolution 25-86 and levy taxes for year 2025 to be collected in budget year 2026. And I'll answer any questions if you have them.
I'm sorry, this is
Yes.
a newbie question,
Okay.
but this is, we have to approve it every year.
Correct.
Okay, and it's the same as last year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a comment for the board.
Yes.
On that bar chart that Rachel put up about our revenues from property tax, that's in nominal dollars, right? In real terms, add 40% on top of that because $20 million in 2016 bought you 40% more stuff than it does now. So the extent of the revenue drop off is more extreme than that because the purchasing power of those dollars has been reduced, right? So not only are we short on actual money, our dollars go less far now. So that's the extent of the problem that we've been solved. It's more than just the nominal drop.
I'm sorry, I can't help myself. Help me understand functionally how we are. I thought the way that we adhered to the cap was by lowering the rate.
No.
We were,
Collection.
it's on revenue collection because the cap applies to the assessed values, right? So we would basically discount people on their bill a certain amount off to meet the capped assessed value.
So we're reducing assessed values rather than reducing the mills that we collect as assessed values.
The law requires that we evaluate the qualifying properties and then assess the value against those qualifying properties. Those qualifying properties are not the same valued properties. So the value of the mills are reduced as opposed to the mills themselves.
Okay, so does this mean that we're gonna have different, like some people are getting discounts on their assessed values and types of entities like that are exempt from the cap are not?
No, it means that when we set the mill levy and we say, okay, this is the amount we are collecting. That's what we're saying with this. This is the amount we're collecting. Next year, treasurer, collect this amount. So you're adopting the mills and you're setting the amount that we'll collect on those mills based on the reduced assessed value as we're required to calculate by the legislature.
Okay, so what is my tax bill gonna say? Is my tax bill gonna report the assessed value that came out of the assessor's
We would like
Office.
the bills to say, I think staff would like the bills to be transparent about the cap and show the reduction in the assessed value based on the cap, but that is a treasurer decision
So
on how they do that.
Yeah, so we anticipate what's going to happen is you would pass what you're passing today or with modifications. Once we then determine exactly what collections are going to be coming in, what the increase in revenue is over last year, then we determine, I mean, if we're even hitting that cap. If we are hitting that cap and we're exceeding it, then we address, what we do is we basically credit, is the intent is to credit on the bills
so
proportionate amount, and it should say essentially pursuant to law, the Board of County Commissioners has capped this revenue growth and is returning this to you this year type of thing.
That would be our preference. I think for the scope of the budget, that's definitely a conversation we need to have with the treasurer's office on how they do that. Because we know what we are legally obligated to receive. How we show that to the public is something that the treasurer's office, which is responsible for collections, needs to implement. And we would really encourage some transparency here because there's two things going on for the public. One is that there is a cap. Two is your assessed values are shifting again next year. The assessment rates are all changing again. So like the more transparency that we can have, the better, because otherwise this is going to create a lot of confusion.
And there's also there's a limited number of counties that are facing this issue. And so we're kind of keeping in touch with those counties as to how they're doing it. We've all decided, I think for the most part, we've all decided how we're addressing it, which is mostly credits rather than going through and reducing mills, which is more complicated.
So so my bill will say the assessed value that came out of the assessor's process that I got in the mail. It will have the mills that are here. It will have the total amount that would have equaled, and it'll show a discount that I'm getting because of the cap.
We hope that
I would hope so.
we hope so.
Yeah.
But again,
We are going to work towards that.
staff has
That's what we're doing.
limited control.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good enough for me. Other questions?
I was just gonna say, so on top of that, so say for my home and my neighbor's home, say my neighbor's home is assessed a lot higher. This last round, say at 40% and mine was only at 30%. So this first 5.25, we probably won't see it. Everybody will be the same, but the next go around is when we're gonna notice a difference, I would say.
No, because of the changing assessment rates on different types of properties,
It's gonna be all different
it's,
again.
it's not like the cap says your individual property can only go up 5.25%. It's
total
the
growth.
total growth. So it's going to be very asymmetric depending on what type of property you have, how much it went up. Our revenue is capped, not individual property owners.
Right.
So that's why this is like,
So the determination of the appropriate credit will be based on the overall revenue increase countywide. And so it may not be necessarily property specific, but I don't know. I think we're going to have to evaluate it. It's not that we're just unsure. It's just there are different ways that we could approach it.
we know
So everyone will get the same percent discount regardless of
That is-
the amount of growth.
that is one way to handle it. Yes.
Yeah.
That is a way of handling it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I think it's going to be difficult to do it property by property, and I don't even believe that was the intent of the 5.25% cap. So
Because to remind everyone, the state made the decision to lower the assessment rates on commercial and industrial properties.
Right.
While in next year, raising them again on residential, right? So like, you might net out to where certain commercial properties will be paying less, while other people will be paying more, so.
And keep in mind, one other thing is that the other option was to reduce mills. Well, as you know, you reduce the mills, that's going to be across the board anyway. And that's why it makes sense that the credit methodology that we would do would be across the board.
for what it's worth, this is in an environment where in Colorado, commercial property taxes are above our neighbors and residential property taxes are far below our neighbors,
Our neighboring states.
our neighboring states. That's what I mean. Yes. So, anything else on this? Colleagues, can I safely presume your support and call for a motion?
I'll make a motion to, or number 9, right?
Yep.
To approve a resolution 25-86, a resolution levying general property taxes for the year 2025. Help to defray the cost of government for Clear Creek County, Colorado for the 2026 budget year.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Item 10, consideration of approval of resolution 25-85, a resolution adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for Clear Creek County, Colorado for the calendar year beginning on the first day of January 2026 and ending the last day of December 2026. Rachel.
Thank you.
This
Next.
was this one?
That's the one.
Okay.
Thanks, Megan.
Yeah, no worries.
So this item requests the adoption of the board's budget for next year. As you know, we went through line item review of everyone's budgets with you, and there were conversations and iterations of conversations. The summation of that was a final review of things that we're on board with removing, and then others in keeping, with the idea that roughly 1.9 million would be spent into fund balance for the balance in a plan for next year. I want to note routinely, we are now just getting into this habit of reviewing what's actually spent and then beginning from there, from when we are having conversations around the budget. In previous years, when I looked at the method of adopting a budget here, we would build on the previous year's budget. This year and moving forward, we've made a commitment to build on what we spend. And that is a different way of looking at it. As you know, the largest section of your budget is staffing. And there's a commitment to maintaining the 3% across the board, and this budget does. This budget also addresses what had been discussed, which is the capital improvement projects will not move forward unless there was a grant that was tied to it, or if there was a sale of a county piece of property, then we would come back to you and say, this is the capital project that we suggest moving forward. Those are the mechanisms built into this budget to meet that 1.92 spend into fund balance that's been presented to you. What you receive when you actually adopt a budget is the fund balance adoption numbers. You're not adopting the entire document. That document that is provided as a part of this budget item or this agenda item is the document that tells everyone how the county's combined budget is built. But the actual adoption of your budget is this appropriation resolution. So the commitments that were made include, since the time that we met with you all that last work session, was the increase of $1 million for the open space acquisitions team. That was in reflection on the amount of potential and having a new public lands manager work with the open space team, and interest in seeing more agility in the ability for that team to buy open lands next year. Public lands teams. Yeah, I think I said open lands team. So public lands team, excuse me. I want to make sure that you're aware that that was built into the open space fund. And you'll see that in the summary as well.
So I thought the open space was funded by specific taxes.
Correct. So I'm talking big picture level around the open space, and these dollars come out of the open space fund. Those
Okay,
are
they're not out of general fund or anything.
They are not.
Okay,
They
thank
are
you.
not. I'm just revisiting the things that changed since our last working session. I just wanted to make sure and point out those changes to you. So that's one of them that happened in the open space fund. We added additional spending opportunity for them. And
Out of the money that's already been appropriated.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's not been appropriated as it's been.
Okay, and that was based on the taxpayers voting to fund it back in the day.
Correct. So yes, the suggestion is $1 million additional spend out of the open space tax dollars that are available to do
Okay.
so.
Thank you.
Yes. I did revise the housing authority. I know we're going to talk about that, so I apologize, but I did reflect on that. We're going to pass the housing authority budget here in a moment. Sorry, I just have it down on my list of things. We did apply the cap to all of the levies, and you just completed that passing. There is a revision within the FTE chart that I will make within the document itself. And that is around 0.925 FTE was not supposed to be added within the animal shelter. I need to remove that. So I want to make sure that you're aware of that.
I sent you guys an email about it yesterday. It's just a correction on the FTE chart.
Yep.
Just need to make it for the final document. The
Yeah, it's-
budget is correct.
Because we did approve
There's no change in
a
dollars.
partial FTE for that.
You guys approved the funding to move one of the part-time people full-time. But
Yes.
there was a reduction of another FTE count. So the budgetary number changed, but the FTE count stayed the same.
Thank you.
Other changes since then, sorry, and I just almost there. One position received a larger pay increase and that is added in. And then we've completed the payment of the district attorney's office budget.
We did.
As a part of, yes, there's a reduced amount that was provided and was loaded into this budget. It's around 500,000.
So let's take these one at a time. I'm sorry, I'm going to drag us back into the open.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is
space,
this the right one?
Right there.
Conversation.
Yes.
I'm going to put on my old guy. Here's how we used to do it, Cap, for a second. Bear with me. The open space budgets used to regularly have like contingency line items that were the entirety of their fund balance. And it's because they wanted to be able to be opportunistic and flexible without having to go through the supplemental appropriation process. Sean, Randy, and I believed that we needed to be budgeting for things that we're planning on. And if there are things that we're not planning on and we decide to spend money on them, we need to do a supplemental appropriation. This appears to be a reversal of that policy. I understand that this is what open space is recommending. I don't know how I feel about changing this number. You'll notice in the 2025 budget, the acquisition dollar amount was zero. And the amount spent was zero. I don't love appropriating funds that we don't plan on spending.
There's a couple of things about acquisitions. From what I recall, they have to come before you.
Yeah.
So no matter what, if they wanted to spend out of that million, they have to come before the board to buy it. They also, if anything's over $100,000, it has to go before the board, goes through in front of
Right.
Colton, our manager.
With the real estate transaction, which is the open space acquisition fund of any kind, even if they were buying a $10 easement, it has to come before the board.
I understand that. And this isn't about board control. This is about transparency and understanding budgets and being able to say what we budget for is what we're planning on spending. Instead of, oh, look at, we budgeted $1 million and then you have to dig into the actuals to figure out what we actually spent. So this is a simplicity and transparency principle I'm relying on here. And I'm not, my intention is not to insist that we adjust this number. If we do, colleagues, and so I'm curious to hear your opinions. I think what I do think is if we do approve a budget with $1 million for land purchases that we don't have a plan to spend, that we bring this to a joint meeting and we say, what's going on with the change of policy here? Because we had a conversation about this and arrived at a conclusion.
Apologies, George. I did not know that
That's
was
okay.
history.
I'm not asking for an apology. This isn't a big deal.
We thought of it as this would make them be able to be a little bit more nimble when they're looking at land purchases because the dollars have been pre-appropriated and we don't have to do a supplemental. But I understand what you're saying.
So colleagues, I mean, do you have strong opinions one way or another? I'm not reporting to you a strong opinion about what to do with as we pass this budget.
I, as a taxpayer, I would like to know what the money is going for.
I guess I don't really have a strong opinion either way, because it's not like they can go spend the money. I worry, like, what if there's something that comes up? I think of like the Taylor Kennedy property that, came up, and that's something that needed to get done. How long does that, does that change anything? I don't know if it even changes anything, because they still have to come up to the board.
Could we authorize and make an expenditure prior to a supplemental appropriation? The supplemental appropriation will just have to be done by the end of the year. Am I misunderstanding that?
You'd, to do a supplemental appropriation now, you would have had to do a separate notice, just so we're clear.
I know. What my question is, like, let's say January 15th, there's a property we want to buy and we want to write a check on January 15th.
As long as it's
That amount has not been appropriated.
right. You can do it as long as you do it before the end of the year in order to appropriate that purchase.
But
So
could we purchase it without letting the board know, though?
I don't think in any context purchases can be made without letting the board know.
Good.
So that's not my hang up here. And actually, I don't have a strong hang up. I mean, I tend to agree with Rebecca. The biggest reason I wouldn't say let's change this is because I want to keep your work as uncomplicated as possible. And this is what's in the final budget.
Truly, I have to tell you, we make edits all the way up and through.
And fix it.
So it's actually fine if you want to push it back down to where we were at the working sessions. Just so you know, that is an expectation. Whenever I go to a meeting, nothing is ever final until you approve it. So either way is fine. Decision.
So let's just run around now that we've got questions answered. Let's just do one by one. What would we like the number to be in there?
I don't really have a problem the way that it is, so.
Okay.
I'm, as I said before, it's like having $1 million to be nimble and quick is like, well, okay, it's their money, it's in their budget. And they have a mission as to what they can use the money for. And they have to bring it to the board to approve anyway.
And real estate is unique in the sense that if we're buying a grader, we know at the beginning of the year what grader we're buying. Real estate is a very dynamic market, and it's one thing that doesn't fit cleanly into a government budget.
Oh, okay.
Because you don't know what properties are available at the start of the year.
Right.
Right. So you can either authorize the amount you want to spend up to up front, and then it still has to go through the normal board of approval on whether or not to purchase, or you can leave it at zero and do some kind of appropriation mid-year when you need to buy something. And it's really just your preference. We thought this would be cleaner and easier for staff particularly, but understanding the transparency here and there being a need to make sure people understand explicitly what stuff is being bought in one document, then I can understand the hesitation.
And I'm remembering my bigger problem wasn't on the acquisition piece. We also used to have huge contingencies in the management piece. Right, that fund has
Which we have
management and
need
acquisition.
for, right?
Well, that doesn't exist in this proposed budget, and that's where the bigger problem is created.
Yeah.
We should know what we plan to work on.
They're talking.
Yeah,
So I mean, really, I can live with any of
I
this.
think it's fair to challenge your board, the open space board, to share with you their plan for the next 5 years or even the next year on how they plan to spend things. And those are opportunities for conversation. And certainly, we have a great new public land manager who probably has new ideas. And it's just an opportunity for conversation as opposed to quiet too. So you could also look at it that way, I suppose, and saying, okay, we'll go forward, but I want you to come back with a plan what you all have for the next 3 to 5.
And the $1 million they proposed, that was to be nimble and quick to buy more property, or did that include management?
Acquisition only.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with that. They should have come to us and said that's what they.
Well, that money can only be used for land purchasing. That $1 million.
That's what the taxpayers
Yeah.
voted for.
Right, I know, there's a percentage, 60% acquisition, 40% maintenance. But it's just kind of hanging out there.
And this did not come from the open space board. This did not come from our public lands manager. It was Colton and I who came to this idea and giving agility to the two groups so that they could work together. This is a new opportunity with a new manager.
I think the reality is that if the money is in the fund, anytime that the Open Space Commission is going to recommend the purchase of a property, that purchase is going to come to you anyway, because the board must, one, approve it and then delegate authority to complete the appropriate documents. At that same time, it's reasonable that you could come with a supplemental appropriation if need be. So if, in terms of the budget numbers and what that looks like, if you would rather not include that amount, then
I mean, that's my preference is to not over budget for simplicity of analysis, right? When I'm going and looking backwards at budget versus estimated versus actual, and they're swinging all over the place, like I start to get questions and so
That's fair.
I mean, it's a soft preference, but my preference would be to put a number in there that's closer to what we think we'll actually spend.
Yeah.
Do you have a recommendation on a number that meets that criteria?
It's just $1 million reduction off of
No,
total. Is that?
I think we should go back to the zero policy then and just say we'll supplement whenever there's appropriation, whenever we buy something.
So we, knock down the.
Because I don't think any pre-appropriated amount is not going to have volatility. If we do $100,000, it's either going to be way more than that or zero, right? And so I think it'll invite the same kind of.
and very often we're not talking, sometimes it's not a significant amount of money if it's kind of a partially like a reduced rate just because somebody wants to donate it in a way, but for a certain price, we'll just come back.
So Rebecca, I think that's in alignment with your opinion.
That would be fine.
Cody, can you live with that?
I can live with it. I mean,
And I don't think what we're talking about is really actually changes anything on the ground.
So
No.
can I ask a technical question, Peter? When we adopt this resolution, do we just revise the number and read that publicly?
Yeah, so when the board makes its motion, ultimately, it will be moved to approve subject to the modifications that were discussed today on the record. And that's how you can leave it, because the record will speak for itself. And ultimately, the resolution the board will sign will be modified accordingly. So before we give the board the motion to sign, the resolution to sign, we'll want to correct the backup.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, then I think that's the direction on that piece. Thank you all. We probably spent more time talking about it than it's worth.
Well, no, it's helpful for me. I don't have that policy that you all may have had informally wasn't written down. So I appreciate knowing that so I can make sure it doesn't happen that way in the future.
All good. Thank you for indulging me. So next, you mentioned a staff position that saw an increase. I think it's for transparency purposes worth stating which position and why.
In the animal shelter budget, there was a request for 0.9. I'm sorry.
This is a different one. You said we brought the leadership team back to market because our policy is that if you're working 40 hours a week here, you make the comp market. And so there are 3 positions on the leadership team that are still not at market. We are not making perfect be the enemy of good here by saying if we can't fix all of them, we're fixing none. But we did feel like the HR director specifically was way under market. And so we adjusted. And I believe I talked to each one of you about their compensation. Full transparency, me, Peter, and Rachel are still not at market. But if we, continue to do a good job and revenues improve, we can revisit those salaries. But in the meantime, we're just trying to fix the ones that we can.
And so every other position in the county is either at market or working 32 hours a week, right?
Yes, so this remains, I'm the one not contracted, but I also understand that is a reasonable reason as well.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted that explanation to be out there. Every time we pass a budget, some members of the public, even some people inside the organization say that we're making cuts everywhere to pay the county manager more. I want it on the record that the county manager is not at market, nor is the county attorney. And has not received a raise outside of COLA since they were hired. So thank you for that. Then there was the third one that you mentioned. There was the last change you mentioned.
The district attorney's office, the district attorney's office, we had a $758,000 request that came in at a far reduced number at $525,000. That was built into the budget as well. Yields more money back to the general fund.
Okay.
But ultimately, all of the revisions, the full table of revisions are available on the screen. And the shooting range was a project which was on the list not to be funded. However, it is found to be funded by a grant. And if we don't complete that grant, we lose those dollars. So that's the $337,000 note at the end of the slide here. So those were the three major changes.
We had a
General fund.
it's essentially rolling that money over from this year to next year. It was already committed to previously.
Okay, so this is I think our time to share. Like I moved the DA letter, which describes in great detail this decision and the rationale behind it, to after this so we can pass it. I think this is the time for comments on the DA's budget request and response. Would you like to begin? Would you like me to begin?
You can go ahead and begin.
Okay. I mean, I just want to share that the DA's presentation was very compelling. I love when people come and present about their real needs and with a real aspiration to deliver awesome above and beyond services. And this amount that we're funding, in my mind, reflects an amount that reasonably allows the DA to conduct their core services. And as much as I would love, just like every other division, to fund above that, we're just not in an environment to do that. And so I support this number.
I support it as well. It's going to be.
And it does reflect a very large increase over the historic costs, which were well explained what's driving them.
It's just really bad timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe one last comment is it seems to me like a lot of the salary increases are due to housing costs that are not experienced in Clear Creek, housing costs that are out of this world in Eagle County and Summit County. And I just want to note that as we think about the equity of the split.
She pays for their housing though, doesn't she? That's what was the request was.
Counties also, in some cases, have DA's offices in housing that they have subsidized. So it's a nuanced conversation, but it's an observation that I think is worth making on the record.
Our county is unique amongst, well, really the two big ones, Eagle and Summit, have obviously a huge missing middle problem. Lake and Clear Creek don't as much. And so that's where the pooling with those counties creates a little bit of an inequity. Because our cost structures are not the same as theirs and our revenues are not the same as them. So.
And they don't have I-70 running through them in such a concentrated area.
Anything else? Any other comments on the DA thing?
No, good
Okay.
job, whoever helped negotiate. I think that was George. Reduce her costs.
Yep, and gratitude to the other counties for seeing. I mean, the reason that the 2024 numbers, like every county is in trouble in this judicial district. I believe Summit and Eagle County are both telling every division and department and elected office in their counties that we're holding you to 2024 actuals. So it's consistent for them. It's consistent for us too, because we're in a worse spot than that. It's been making harder demands, or have historically. So then let's open it back up. Any other comments on the budget in general?
Yeah, I can continue on.
Oh, yeah.
The slide.
I took you. I robbed you.
Hold on.
Just a time check, just so you know, we do have abatement hearings that were set for 1:30.
Okay.
So there may be people online that may just want to know that they haven't been forgotten about if they are online, but that we will be getting to them. And I also wanted to remind you, in light of the fact that you brought up the DA, that not to forget item number 7.
Yep. Thank you.
So I just wanted to, oh, sorry.
No?
Okay. I wanted to remind, I think, Commissioner, you had requested this chart in particular be brought forward again for our, for review. And what this is a summary, and this is general fund, and it's a projection over and up to the year
33.
33. My eyesight got funky there for a minute. 2033. And the intention being to show when, because we continue to budget into our fund balance, when we would see our dollars where the expenses would be covered by both revenue and fund balance, when they would be at a precipice and we would begin to start to drip down into, we can't make both our expenses with both our fund balance and our new revenue. And that year was picked at 2020, it was found to be at 2028. That's the last year we implemented some very large expense reductions. And if Megan, you could hit the next slide. We revisited it this year. Just wanted to show you that these efforts that we've gone through this last year have moved that out one more year to 2029. And that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. So we still have more work to do on the revenue side. As pointed out in the budget document, we're talking about wholesale service reductions at this point. We have really trimmed everything we can operationally. And now we're at the place where we need new revenue, year-over-year revenue, in order to meet the expenses after the year 2029.
So to make sure I'm understanding this chart right, of 2029 is
Where the fund balance with the reserve policy as it exists in place, there's not enough money to cover the projected deficit. Now, you can modify the reserve policy from 5 million to a smaller number and buy time. So I think there's 2 key points here. One is 2029, in which we would need to look at the reserve policy, and the other one is 2031, where the aggregate number becomes negative, right? So those are kind of the 2 breakpoints. So when I say 5 years, I'm looking at more of the 2031, because that's when, like, it's not about a policy decision, it's that you don't have enough money to pay your bills, right? Whereas the first breakpoint is when the reserve policy will need to be adjusted if we continue to deficit spend at the rate we're deficit spend.
Can you talk to me just briefly about the revenue assumptions that are in here? Is this projecting 0% sales tax growth in the out years?
No, it's 3% growth in expenses and 1% growth in revenue. Revenue,
1% growth in revenue, all revenue combined.
all revenue.
Right now.
So
This is the worst case scenario.
Very conservative. And we're running into continued reductions in our projections.
I can live with the projections that we have this year, that we won't see sales tax growth and that we won't see property tax growth. The property tax side is easy because it's not an assessment year. The next time I see this chart, I think it would be wise for us to be a little more optimistic about sales and property tax growth in the out years.
I think
That is an underestimate.
I understand that, but this is really just the worst case scenario chart, right? We're planning to the worst case scenario, and as these numbers show improvement, we will move everything around, right? I think personally, and obviously the board provides direction here, I think we've made a mistake historically of being too optimistic in that affecting decisions. So I think really when we're focusing on the core problem, what is the minimum amount of a time we need to accomplish our goal? And then if we buy more time, and that's only upside.
Well, I think my ask is right now, it's obviously nothing related to this budget, is just that sometime, maybe in the first 6 months of the year, we do a little bit of deep dive about these revenue projections with the board. Because if we really think that revenues are only going to grow 1% a year between now and 2033,
Well, don't forget, the general fund is really reliant on intergovernmental revenue. not just property tax and not just
Yeah.
sales tax.
Why
These are
we-
other revenues that cannot be depended on. So these numbers are realistic when you really look at that intergovernmental revenue being such a large slice in comparison to the amount of the slice that comes in from property tax. Those being almost equal is enough to warrant that 1%, just because there's such instability in that intergovernmental revenue space.
And if we're just talking about this year in a vacuum, where we've missed on revenue, on our projections of our budget was not sales tax and was not property tax, it was intergovernmental revenue. That's slowing down, not coming at all, coming late.
$300,000 cut.
It's severance cut, we're going away just without, any control of us. So that's why we're being very careful here, because when we talk about the full pie, we're talking about the stuff that's very reliant on that too, right? And so if we want to talk about the general fund in a vacuum, right? Like with assuming everything, all the other outside forces that either offset general fund expenses or directly fund the general fund, yeah, we would not be using 1%, right? But because we have that volatility mixed in here, we have to kind of consider, okay, like if we lose even 25% of our intergovernmental revenues over the next 5 years, where does that leave us on the general fund, which is pretty bad, right? And so that's why kind of we're hesitant on that full amount. If we want to talk about sales tax and revenue tax, they're absolutely wrong. They're absolutely way too conservative, but it's putting in the fact that we have seen nothing but negative.
And we're not
For us.
alone either. We're not unique. This was just on the radio this morning with NPR. Same thing. All the counties across the state are feeling the same pinch on the intergovernmental revenue because so much of it comes from the Fed and comes from the city.
Okay, that's enough for now. I really would love to have a deeper dive later.
Okay. And that's the end of my slides.
Okay. Other comments, questions, or changes you'd like to make? I have one change I want to propose. It's to the general fund. We have been talking for years about a rec services tax or some other new tax proposal authority that the legislature could give us. I put in a lot of effort and not a lot to show for it. And I think that we need to make an investment to really make these ideas real. If we want to see them, the impact on that trend line that was just up. And so I think we need to hire a lobbyist. And I think we need to budget. There's another county that has a lobbyist contract that costs them $3,000 a month. It's a pretty limited scope contract. I'm suggesting a pretty limited scope contract too, for around like one set of issues, right? And it's tax proposal authorities that our voters keep telling us that they want. And it's talking to the state about everything that's going on the highway and how our local taxpayers are taking care of it. And we need the state to invest up here. So colleagues, I'm curious what you think about increasing the expense line by $45,000, which I think is an overestimate that gives us flexibility so that we can hire a contract lobbyist to help make these options real for us.
I think you were dotting all the i's, crossing all the t's, talking to everybody you needed to talk to. All of our supposed lobbying organizations that are supposed to look out for our interests have been kind of dismissive of us, maybe because we're so small. But I think if we have our own lobbyists, that's the next step.
I have to say, I agree. When I first thought about this, I did ask some other counties what they've done because I had not heard of a lobby specifically for a county, more so for an organization like CCAT or CCI. I have attended many CCAT and CCI meetings, and I've watched, even Rebecca has spoken up. We've kind of beat this drum to death, and we're not getting the representation that we need. And so I agree, for this like one-time expenditure, I would say, to see what this does, and for this person to explore other options that maybe we're missing something. I don't know. When we're there, I hear from other commissioners, like, there's got to be something you can do besides that. And I just to have an open mind to this, and I'm okay with budgeting the 45,000 for that.
And this would be for an expert lobbyist with experience and contacts, and he would be, or she would be our lobbyist to promote our interests. And I think we're at the point where we have to stop being ignored and just get somebody good in there to fight for us.
I think so. And like in fairness to the organizations that we're members of, what we're talking about is hard to accomplish and has value to just a handful of counties.
Yeah,
So,
we're
like,
very unique here.
Right.
And it's hard for them to get behind something that's not going to really affect them much.
yeah.
So we need somebody that understands what we're going through with the people that are visiting and compared to the ratio of the population that we have.
Yeah, and my sense is that we are likely to need this until we get what we need. And once we get what we need, the return on investment is huge, right? And if we're talking about other solutions to our problems than raising property taxes, raising sales taxes, or dramatically cutting services. And so I agree. So I think that one is sort of agreed on.
I do want to say something for the public too, that spending this money is not blue for me. But I don't want to keep going back to our taxpayers and ask to raise their property taxes to pay for stuff, because we're at that point that we need everything's been trimmed off. We need some kind of financing for the county.
It's a different, I'm grateful to hear this from the board because we need different cards to play.
Yeah.
And the way we get them is at the state level.
Right.
Okay. So let me summarize, I think, the changes that we're proposing in this resolution. The open space fund appropriation being reduced by $1 million and the general fund appropriation being increased by $45,000. Is that everything?
I think that was a little simplistic with respect to open space. We're not reducing open spaces money. We're just taking it off the line items here until they come back to us with a real proposal for purchase of.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I totally agree. Okay. So, Peter, colleagues, would you like Peter to help us by articulating that motion, given that it's got some modifications in it?
I think you gave us the language we could use earlier.
I did. If you
Be my guest.
want to go for it, I don't want to.
Yeah, we wrote it down.
Right.
I make a motion that the Board of County Commissioners approve Resolution R 25-85 as subject to the modifications per the discussion. It is a resolution adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for Clear Creek County, Colorado for the calendar year beginning on the first day of January 2026 and ending on the last day of December 2026.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I just want to thank staff. It's been an incredible process this year, and our elected offices.
And I would like to just take a second and thank Rachel for the work that she did on the resolutions themselves. Resulted in very little work for my office. But that's not always the case, and not from her. I'm saying that hasn't always been the case from the finance division, and it was really good to have that this year.
Thanks.
Yay.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
I can do hard things. Okay. Next on the agenda is item 7.
Do we need to, yeah.
Consideration of approval of the joint letter of Honorable Heidi Column, District Attorney for the 5th Judicial District, to be co-signed by all counties within the district relating to the contribution limit for the 2026 District Attorney budget. Colleagues, we've already discussed this letter. Any other comments?
No, just thank you for protecting our county and negotiating this down with the other counties. And we're all jointly signing this letter. We're acting together, so it gives us a little more strength in with respect to the DA's budget proposal.
Yes.
So since he just read it, we would just say so moved.
Yes.
So moved. I second.
Approval, yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, colleagues, let's talk about our agenda for a minute. Do we want to push through the rest of this? And staff, you're welcome to comment. Do we want to push through the rest of this budgeting stuff, or do we want to move immediately to the public hearings?
I would suggest we move the public hearings because we have people on.
I think so too. Rachel, I think you over there, you can live with that.
It's up to you all.
We've got lots of coffee and Skittles to keep you going. Okay,
I have a lot of candy.
thank you. So we are, colleagues, would you like a break before this, or are we good to proceed?
I'm
good to proceed.
Still sitting as the Board of County Commissioners, we are taking up abatement hearings, items 14A, B, and C. Or I call a specific hearing, just generally the way that we do these hearings. This is for both the abatement. Are we calling them applicants in this case? Petitioners?
Call them petitioners.
Okay, so both for the petitioners and staff and you all. What we'll do is we will have the assessor G, who is here with us, describe the case. We will ask for any additional comment from the petitioner, who will have 3 minutes to offer comments. Colleagues, then we will go to questions. Once we are done asking questions, we will enter deliberations, at which point it really is up to the three of us to discuss this unless someone else is asked. They're not really invited to comment. Then we'll make a decision. So the first case, I believe, is Bonham is the first case up there. Case number 25-69. Is that petitioner here?
I don't see that name.
Is Canfield here?
Oh, I do have a Kristen Wallace raising
her.
their hand.
Is that on item A?
I'm sorry, they're both them. Perfect.
Okay.
They're both her.
Which item?
So we're,
It's the first one is Etna Kruger, 2598 case number.
Wait. That's not the way it is on our agenda.
On the agenda, so we have Bonham first and Canfield and Kruger. Canfield and Kruger are the same person.
okay.
Sorry.
So that's the one. So we're taking up on the agenda, item 14B, Canfield. Shall I read the case numbers?
Yeah, let's just confirm. Can we pull over?
Yep, I've got Kristen here.
What's her last name?
Wallace.
And it might be a Chip Webster.
Kristen, if you could unmute and tell us what case this is.
We just want to make sure, Kristen, that your audio is set up.
That's what I'm trying to do. So can you hear me or see me?
Not getting audio, although maybe it's on our side.
There we go.
Is that me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Were you able to hear sort of the introduction to how we're going to proceed through this?
Yes, I think so. I think you were trying to get through the abatement request to go to the public hearing because the other meeting was going on a little bit. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You are welcome. So then, and you've received the comparables and all the information from the assessor's office, and you feel prepared to proceed?
I have. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, excellent. So this is a hearing on abatement cases. We're going to do these all in one hearing. 25, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, and 97. Assessor G, the floor is yours. Please describe these cases to us.
This first case, all the characteristics are the same. They're all vacant land. They're all in a poor location. They're all steep, no extra characteristics. We worked with Antis Canfield 2 years ago for the 21 and 22 assessments for abatements and brought all our characteristics down to the least that we can do. We did use all the same comparables because the characteristics are all the same. And provided you guys a map so you guys can see the location of all these properties. They're all together. They do all have access because they're all lumped together. And it is in a bad location because it's up Lamartine Road. So, and we do reflect that. When we ran the comparables, I'm just gonna go over the first one with you guys, which would be 2570 because they all follow the same suit. The values are approximately $31,420, anywhere to like $45,000 for each mining claim. When we ran the comparables on the 31,420, we had a comparable come in at 32,360, a comparable come in at 35,280, and a third comparable coming in at 47,800. And then the last comparable coming in at 35,760. And that was the same for all 28 cases that we lumped together. So unfortunately, because of the comparables, we have to do it according to Colorado law. This was for an abatement for 23 and 24, which was based on sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023. So we did have to deny them. We do have them at the lowest that we could possibly get them at, with them having access.
Okay.
And Kristen was wonderful to work with.
Thank you. And just one minor question for the benefit of the board. An abatement hearing is about taxes already paid, asking for a refund of taxes already paid, as opposed to what we were doing with Board of Equalization.
Protest, correct, yes. And we did work with this case during protest as well.
Let's go to the petitioner. We'll give you 3 minutes. What would you like to add to this case?
Well, quickly, I would just like to say thank you for providing us this opportunity to address this. I also want to comment on dealing with Assessor Donna. Sorry, I'm terrible at names. She's really good to work with, very easy. And most of the stuff, I don't think that we have any challenge on. I just wanted to make a comment. There's under Etna Kruger, there are 6 parcels that don't have road access at all. And we were going to ask you to consider those. And there's one under Antis Canfield that we call Dewey that didn't have road access. So I understand you're doing them in a bulk, but we just thought we would appeal to the ones that we thought were not just, had a change of description, a description that we thought wasn't equal to the comps. If that makes any sense.
It does. So just for clarification, and this is Peter Lichtman, I'm the county attorney.
Yes.
The case that was called is Canfield on the agenda, but let's presume that we're going to just address both at the moment. We're going to read them.
Oh, sorry.
No, I just want to make sure that we're not missing it. Let's focus on the Canfield.
Yes.
Which property in that grouping did you
Dewey.
say was Dewey?
Yes.
And
The number?
and that's what I was going to.
7.
Sorry.
Nope, no, I got it. It ends, it's got the parcel number 1959-023-00767.
You know what case number that is, Donna?
2578.
2578. Okay,
Thank you, Donna.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
So my suggestion, Mr. Chair, would be to just approach that one at this time, and then we'll go to the Krugers, if that works.
Yeah. We're here for Canfield. We're hearing from the petitioner that no contest on everything else except for 25-78. Is that correct, Kristen?
That's correct.
Okay. And on 2578, the assertion is that there actually is not access here.
That's correct.
Okay, Assessor G, I'm going to give the floor to you, and I see you looking at the map.
I am looking at the map to see if I can identify it. Do you know the location? Which one it is based on the map that I sent you?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's little. Cause
I do want to make a point, if indeed this needs to be taken offline for a bit while they determine that, or if we just were to pull that one case and continue it, we can do that and the board can rule on all the remaining Because Donna, time-wise, this could move on to a future meeting.
It could move on to a future meter and maybe I would be more than willing to look at that one closer for her.
Miss Wallace, is that amenable to you that we?
Absolutely. Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay, excellent. Colleagues, any comments or questions?
Okay, so we're postponing that, but my understanding from your initial comments, Assessor G, is that these parcels are all contiguous?
They do look contiguous.
Okay, so,
Again, I'm looking at something that is not survey accurate.
okay,
So that's why I would dig into it deeper if she's pointing a specific one out for me.
okay, thank you. But it's still legal to, if they own all that property, if they're contiguous to each other, that you could cross one property to go into another.
That's correct. If it's by the same owner, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions, comments? So then I think I'm going to ask for two motions separately. I think the first one is do we need to table this to a date certain?
No, I would not do that. We'll set it when we know whether or not it's been worked out,
Just for that one,
just for that one.
So the motion would be to table,
25.
I continue.
continue 2578.
Yes,
Okay,
to a future date to be determined.
Thank you.
And then we have 25.
Oh,
sorry.
Do we need to say so moved or
yeah,
So moved and
so moved?
Second?
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, case number 2578 is continued. Now we need a motion to deny the request for abatement on cases 2570 through 2577 and 2579 through 2597.
I second.
So moved.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. And you are also representing Kruger, correct?
Yes.
We will take those cases up now. So we are now hearing cases number 259899, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, and 106. Assessor G.
Okay, this is the same presentation. This is for an abatement for 23 and 24. They're all same characteristics. Looking on our map again, which is not survey accurate, they all appear to be contiguous. We ran the comparables for the 23 and 24 based on sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th. It's 2022, I apologize. The first one I'm looking at is 2598. And its value is at 26,130. The comparables came in the first one at 28,830, 41,350, third one at 25,910, and the fourth one coming in at 29,310. According to, we did review some of these again in 21 and 22, and then we did look at them again during the protest period in 2025 in September and August when we worked with you guys on appeals. And the comparables are coming in, so it's recommending a denial. And I would look at those properties for Kristen closer and schedule meetings if she can point them out to me.
Absolutely. Thank you. So it's, I don't have the numbers, Donna, but it's parcel A, B, D, E, F, and G. I can get those to you though.
I got it.
Okay,
And I can
thank
go
you.
those numbers. I have 2599 for parcel A. 25,101 for parcel D.
What about B?
D
D.
as in David.
But there's a B as well.
I have a B, but it's 25,104.
Oh,
So I was trying to, oh wait, let's go in order then. Sorry. So parcel E is 25,102. Parcel F is 25,103. And parcel B is 25,104.
okay, and then G is in George?
That I have A, D, E, F, and B. Did you indicate G?
Everything except for C, actually,
Everything except for C.
on the letters. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there also is a D in there.
So D is 25,101.
Thank you.
A is 2599. E is 25,102.
Or is that 104 or 102?
No, 102. E is 25,104.
Oh.
They're not in,
Okay.
so the letters do not correspond to the numbers in terms of an order of both. And then F is 25,103. So we just need to determine the case number for G and for C. C is the one that is not
Being challenged.
contested, being
Yeah.
challenged.
Okay, I've got a case number for G is 2598. And then C is not being contested, that's the 25,100.
That's right. Thank you.
And Donna, just to confirm, so are you asking for similar time, those others to be continued?
A continuance.
Okay, so then the board, what I would ask the board to do is to, since C is not contested and C is 25,100, that we would want a motion denying the petitioner's request for abatement or refund of taxes. That would be one motion. And then the other motion would be to continue to a future date to be determined all those other numbers.
And we still have 25,105 and 25,106. 25,106 being the Albany
Oh, sorry.
and 25,105 being the financer
Oh.
that she's not contesting.
Oh, okay, thank you. I missed that part.
And correct, Kristen, on those two, so there are three cases that you're not contesting?
That's correct.
Okay. Colleagues, let's get those ones out of the way. I think we're ready for a motion anytime.
I would like to make a motion to deny for case number 25-100, 25-105, and 25-106.
A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. And then the rest of it is to continue the ones that were not just mentioned.
So moved.
Second.
You good with that?
Yeah, but I'll make the record just a little clearer for the so moved. The ones that will be continued are 2599, 25,101, 25,102, 25,104, 25,103, and 2598.
And 2598, correct, thank you.
Just to make it
So
clear.
that was the motion. You agree?
Yep.
Okay, we have a second. All in
Yes.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace.
Thank you so much.
We don't want to forget Bonham, just to make,
Let's go back. So this is, if you're following the agenda, 14A, bottom, case number 25-69. Is the petitioner present? Assessor G, are we looking for a name Bonham or is there a different name?
I only have the name Bonham.
Okay.
I don't see this person.
And I did email him and speak with him and left him a message. He did not call me back. But he did confirm receipt of my email. I sent two of them. But we are adjusting and requesting an adjustment on this one.
And so we're satisfied that the petitioner has received adequate notice?
adequate notice.
Yes.
This is an interesting one because the recommendation is to adjust. So if there's no petitioner here, the board can move to approve the recommendation of the assessor in the absence of that individual.
Okay, thank you. Then let's proceed. Assessor G, what do we need to know about this case?
This is a request for an abatement for 2024. We did see this person during the protest period for the 2025 value with taxes due in 26, at which time we did determine that this property does not have access. So we are requesting to go ahead and grant him the adjustment, which would be a refund in taxes of $711.86.
The number that you just stated is different than what's listed on the agenda.
What number?
On
did you
page
see?
2.
$700.
directing a refund of 2024 taxes in the amount, that's not correct.
Okay, so what's the correct one?
The correct number is a refund of taxes of $711.86.
And that is for 2024.
2024.
And that is a match with what's in the packet.
It is. Okay, thank you.
Thank God.
Apologies for that Scrivener's error.
Okay, colleagues, questions?
I don't have any questions.
Me neither. It's pretty simple.
Donna, just to confirm, so Mr. Bonham was accepting of that refund amount?
He did not deny it or object to it.
Okay.
And that's the lowest number he can possibly go
Okay.
according to how we value property here in Clear Creek.
Okay, great.
Cannot go any lower.
Perfect.
We have it as a natural resource.
All right, thank you.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, I am.
I move the Board of County Commissioners approve the assessor's recommendation to approve petitioner's request for abatement or refund of taxes and order directing a refund of 2024 taxes in the corrected amount of $711.86 pro rata by all jurisdictions receiving payment thereof.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. That concludes our abatement hearings.
These all need to be
It's okay.
only by you.
Oh, that's perfectly okay.
But we're not signing them all right now.
No, there's probably about 30 there that need to be signed.
Thank you.
My part already.
I do know what I wrote in my letter to Santa Claus. I wanted to get better at my signature. Okay, colleagues.
Hey, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Peter, for all your help too.
Oh, no problem.
I gotta get my candy.
Star, thank you.
It would have been my fault.
Colleagues, three options, short break if you request it. Go back to budgets or go to Board of Health to choose your adventure.
Dr. Ryan's been sitting here. So
I'm good with that. I don't need a break,
Okay.
so.
Okay, let's proceed. We are now sitting as the Board of Health. This is a work session to update on the 2025 through 2027 Public Health Improvement Plan.
Afternoon.
good afternoon.
So yes, for this opportunity, every 4 years, counties are required by state law to conduct a community health assessment. And through that process, whatever recommendations come out become the CHIP or the Community Health Improvement Plan. It's sort of putting the assessment into action. So what you have in front of you, or you should have seen, is the 23 through 27 Public Health Improvement Plan. Although the state gives us funding to conduct the assessment, they give us nothing to actually carry it out. So it's an unfunded mandate for all intents and purposes. Some of the goals in here, though, we were able to secure through our own grant writing and getting some funding to carry them out. So not all of it is completely unfunded. I'm not going to belabor the process that we go through. We're going to be going through it next year. So you do it a year ahead of time. So we'll be in 2026 beginning this process and starting all over. Any questions so far?
Are we legally mandated to make progress on the plan or just to have it?
I don't believe we're required to make progress on it. We've made significant progress on ours. Without funding, I don't know how they can hold you legally responsible to carry something out without any money.
Thanks. Yes. Thank you for satisfying that. It's just some curiosity based on,
Yeah.
previous
The
statements.
state itself is the state carries the same process out that we did. And they have funding to carry theirs out, so. And there is typically overlap between what LTHAs find and what the state finds in terms of what is are the priorities. So I'm not going to belabor the whole process. We have citizen representation, public health representation during the assessment process. A number of work groups carry out the work. We get data from the state and our own data. And that really is what we use to conduct the analysis to determine what priorities are there. And if it's an extensive list, we subsequently go through that list and determine what is even reasonable, given the lack of funding, and what is already being carried out potentially by other organizations, profits, et cetera. And sort of be able to weed down the list, or whittle down the list from a broader list. We came up with the 6 different topic areas: adult mental health and substance use, youth mental health and substance use, air pollution, expanding healthcare options, we combined several of these: resource referral, access to nutritious foods, and transportation. Obviously, public health has really no way to influence transportation in the county per se, or nutritional foods. We do our best, but overall. So we combine them down into the 5 different categories: adult and youth mental health and substance use. There's 2 of them: air pollution, expanding healthcare options, and connecting people with resources were the final topic areas. So moving into the first priority is mental health, adult mental health and substance use. Those 2, as you're all aware, are paired, and oftentimes one fuels the other or vice versa. So they're rarely independent of each other in community. So goals to reduce substance use in Clear Creek and improve mental health. Broad strokes, of course, strategies. One of the things that we identified in 2023 and initially began putting together was what is now the Behavioral Health Coalition here in Clear Creek County. It's comprised of every organization that has anything to do with mental health for both youth and adults, as well as substance use. So public health spearheaded that group, and a number of different things have come out of that group. The Do Talk Dinner, which just had its 3rd event last night. We average about 25 to 30 individuals at the first 3. So that's almost triple what we had expected at any meeting. So it's going well. Lots of different collaboration between JCMH, Resilience 1220, Common Spirit, Public Health, all the other different organizations in the county. We meet regularly to discuss what we can possibly do without additional funds, and what resources we have, and making sure that individuals who do have an issue, either substance use or mental health, can find the resources that they need. Additionally, as you all know, I have spent a lot of hours on the GROC, which is the Opioid Council for this region, which also falls under this goal and strategies, and continue to work on that. Reduce youth substance use and promote mental health. That work is predominantly happening through Mountain Youth Network. They also received GROC funding this last round and just received the funding this last month. So for the next 2 years, they will be focusing and continue to focus on improving mental health of youth through engagement in endless activities every single week. Every one of which, by the way, is completely full, and there's a wait list on everything they do.
Wow.
So, and they're moving along there, as you, I'm sure, are also aware, they're going to be moving to the health clinic, which I think will be very good for several reasons. The first is gives them a permanent residence, one that's not going to be sold out from under them. The other is it provides youth with an opportunity to seek resources upstairs where they might not otherwise go into that building. They're now going to be downstairs and can simply walk upstairs for any one of the resources that are up there. So that's youth mental health and substance use. Air pollution, this came up and we all sort of looked at each other and thought, how in the world are we going to do anything about this? I-70 is what it is. Many commissioners have fallen by the wayside trying to address this issue with little success. One of the things that we do have are air quality monitors. We have one on the roof and one in Dumont. The other one on Floyd Hill has been removed. As you know, the Floyd Hill project has actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Provided us an opportunity to actually get quality data because CDOT put 3 different air quality monitors, regulatory grade, which is the only data they will consider. One is on our roof. The other is on Floyd Hill, and the other third one, I'm not sure exactly where they put it. But we're hoping to gain access to that data. They're up there every single month, shredding our insulation as they go up and breaking the latch on the roof. But never mind that. They're up there every month, making sure that it's collecting accurate data and taking care of it. So we've addressed the issue with that. The issues with that. So what are we going to do about it once we get the data? I think it will potentially provide us opportunity to address the state in a way that we haven't been able to in the past. Once we have the data, if it's indicating that there's a problem, then we can say, look, this is your own data. Let's have a serious conversation, because my understanding since I've been here, there hasn't really been a serious conversation about it. So, because we didn't have a regulatory grade.
Just a quick comment on that. Like this, what this data has done is inform commissioner actions, right? And Lock was very vocal about this. We did apply for some grants. We didn't get them to upgrade our monitoring. That initial data is why we as a board did what we did during the 1041 process to get the monitoring that Dr. Ryan referenced, and it is also the reason that commissioners regularly show up in support of air quality enforcement measures at the state level and within the PUC and the Air Quality Control Commission. That sometimes all you need is a whiff of evidence and some other evidence like, wow, look at our asthma rates to start to get to work, and it takes a long time. But anyway.
Yeah, and we're hoping this will further that, all those efforts in the past. Absolutely. Fourth goal is to provide healthcare services in people's homes to meet unmet needs in Clark Creek County and to expand family planning services provided in Clark Creek County. Both of those have been accomplished. The CCHAT team has Patrick, who is EMT who goes out, or I'm sorry, EMT, PA?
Paramedic.
He's a paramedic. He's able to conduct a lot of things in people's homes, saving them a trip back to St. Anthony's for suture removal, all sorts of things. I don't have specific numbers on Patrick's activities, but he's been working now for a couple of years. And everything that I've been hearing from the community is thumbs up in terms of that being available. Expand family planning. We also accomplished that. We received not only Title X funding, we received additional funding from CORE, which is a family planning. Basically, what they provide is additional funding for advocacy, for promotion of services for a number of different things, not services necessarily directly. So Title X funding, in 2025, we've had 40 individuals seeking family planning specifically. Our goal is to have 75 by the end of 2027. So I think we're definitely on track to hit that. And we still are the only ones in Clark Creek County to provide entire family planning for the community. So. Well, we'll see where that Title X funding is in the next several years. It's what it is. And then the final one is to improve Clerk County community members' knowledge of and access to resources and services to promote health and well-being, including clean air, water, healthcare, behavioral health, transportation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is another unfunded mandate. We do this every single day. Last week we were at Loveland Ski Resort. We offered vaccines to every staff member there, over 300 people. And so not only did we get people to come in for the vaccines, but we also created a sexual health bag for the 20 and 30-year-olds who occupy Loveland Ski Resort, as well as our harm reduction bags. So we did a lot of promoting what we do beyond just the vaccines.
That's awesome.
Yes, they were incredibly appreciative. Rob Goodell, who's the CEO, who was here just a few weeks ago, he was one of the individuals to stop by, and he was expressing his gratitude for that long history of providing that service to them. You just need to figure out how to tax what they do. That's your job. Any questions?
No, this is great.
Not for me.
A few, I'm not sure if these are comments or questions. 3 topics. First off, I want to point the board towards, it's a small section in this report, but it relates to housing. We talk a lot about housing. We don't talk a lot about its public health impacts.
What page?
Page of the PDF, page 22.
You?
Am I right on that? No, yeah.
Let's see.
21, if you're looking
There
at
we
the, yeah.
Yes.
It's, they're kind of, one is about the quality of our housing stock and indoor air quality. Issues like radon gas, mouse impacts, etc. So I wanted to point that to you. It discusses what financial strain does to health and family health. The stat that I like to remind people of is that the 2 biggest drivers of domestic violence are financial pressure and isolation. And it talks about low wages as a part of the puzzle. This is, I don't know that the Board of Health is the one that has the authority to do this, and we are sitting as the Board of Health, but counties are authorized to implement wages. And I think that we could see public health impacts from such a policy. Part of my intent in bringing that up is because, Tim, I think you'll agree with this. Public health is kind of a way of measuring the sum of the outcomes of all the conditions out there, right? Including wages and.
Right. These are the social determinants of
Yes.
some of them anyway.
Yes. So I wanted to just mention that to you all. Summit County's last public health improvement plan really leans into housing as one of the most important drivers of public health challenges. And their public health department has kind of pivoted to focus on housing as part of what they do. I know our public health department is doesn't have a whole lot of funding or staff bandwidth. But it's another example of how public health departments evolve to meet the emerging needs in their communities, right? I was mentioning earlier in a different context about what Jefferson County Public Health has done to address the childcare challenges that they're facing. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. Any comments or anything on that?
When it does say mouse allergens found in older homes, does it mean house or is it actually mouse?
It's mouse.
Mouse.
The accumulation of mouse feces can drive.
Yeah, hantavirus is, it killed Gene Hackman's wife. When you have a bunch of mouse feces and you sweep it up, which you're never to do, just FYI, for all those listening, that dust aerates it. What is in the mice feces, and when you breathe it in, and suddenly you have that issue. So it is a
Do
problem.
we have that here in this county, hantavirus?
Yeah. It's yes.
I thought it
Anywhere,
was in the Southwest. Okay.
no, anywhere you have mice, particularly if you have a mouse who's coming in your home because they're seeking your food that's in your home, but they're going back outside, it's less of an issue. If you have an abundance of mice living in your home and residing there, it's a much bigger issue.
And we've got a lot of really old homes, and even homes that were built in like 1960 can have this problem. I'll tell you about that sometime off the record.
Our greenhouse has this problem, because mice seek warmth and they seek food, and when you have that combination, they.
I was gonna say, some of the homes around here even have like the feral cats living in the cellars and under the trailers and.
I don't own a cat, but
That would take care of the mouse
that would
problem.
definitely take care of the mouse problem. Yes.
And add another problem.
There's a reason farmers own cats.
Yeah, gonna skip right over that one. So then the other thing I wanted to bring up is harm reduction. This is a goal that we have done a fair amount on. It's really important to me. We do offer Narcan and stuff which is great. I think we've kind of met the basic elements of this goal to implement a harm reduction program. I mentioned in Commissioner Update conveniently, I don't know, this is convenient that this has already been mentioned. The GROC funded Jefferson County Public Health, a Jefferson County Public Health Acts application. They're doing a harm reduction analysis today. I know Tim and I are going to do an interview with them.
Yeah,
You just did it?
reached out to me. I didn't do it yet. No, she just reached out to me the other day.
Okay.
We're setting up a time, I think next week.
Awesome. Mine is scheduled, I don't know when, but if you all want to get into that, it's a really important thing for me. I think what I think is a bare minimum of services in a county like ours is offering clean syringes.
Yeah.
And below, right? We're already offering Narcan and we've done a really good job rolling that out.
So to that point, Commissioner Marlin, yes, we not only offer Narcan, but the fentanyl test strips, a number of other things. Advocates for Recovery Colorado is now here in Clearwater County and Jefferson County. But we have trained probably more than 500 people on how to use Narcan in this county. Everyone in 8th grade through 12th grade last year got training by myself. Every school member or a teacher, staff, although there's a new principal now at the high school, middle school. The rec district, library district, we offered it to businesses and 3 of them took us up on it. So we trained the managers and anyone else who, so it probably in excess of 500 people have been trained in Narcan. We also have the harm reduction kits that we make that we provide for the jail when they release individuals. They're also available in Idaho Springs at our office. They're all free. So we hand out about 40 a month.
What's in them?
2 doses of Narcan, 4 or 5 fentanyl test strips, condoms, a bunch of literature on if Advocates for Recovery Colorado is now in there, how to use the Narcan, a number of different things, what other resources you could possibly need. And all of that we get for free. Different ways to put it together.
And this is important to know, the Narcan, I mean, God, so important. And this is all coming from a huge purchase that the state of Colorado made of Narcan. And I don't think there's an identified funding source in the future. At some point, we all may face a decision of not offering Narcan or buying it ourselves. Am I misreporting?
Well, we asked them for as many as they could possibly give us ahead of time, and they were extraordinarily hesitant to give us that many, but they did. And so we are, like I said, giving out 40 a month through our kits, but we have probably a half year supply at least in stock. So.
And there is a conversation about what to do with expired Narcan, which will not harm a person.
Always use it when in doubt.
And we do keep an eye on CTSI, our insurer, because every once in a while they'll send out an advisory saying, don't use expired Narcan. And then we say, why are you saying that? Are you going to throw this stuff away when the evidence says that it won't harm you when it's expired? And we get letters from doctors saying that. That's how we cover ourselves, but just something to keep your eye on. CTSI, this is a very frustrating thing that they do. And our colleagues, commissioners, sit on their board so we can, grab them and rant at them as I have. Okay, last item is alcohol. Just a quick update. I think you were present for this because this was GROC. Hospital systems also do health improvement plans. The latest data about alcohol morbidity in I'm just gonna call it Centura Hospital region, I think it's a different name now, are stunning. They're appalling, and alcohol morbidity is exploding in Colorado. And I just want to make you both aware of that. I would not be surprised if we see an emphasis on alcohol in our next health improvement plan.
Which is strange because nationally consumption of alcohol has gone off a cliff.
And in Colorado, we made alcohol available in grocery stores.
Oh.
And we all found out that we really love beer when we're trapped in our houses during a pandemic.
So when you said going off the cliff, you mean it's decreasing or
It's
people?
significantly decreased across the country, alcohol
Except for
consumption.
Colorado.
I don't know the number specifically for Colorado, but nationally, the number of people who consume alcohol has significantly declined.
They're even doing
If I may,
sober bars.
I may comment on this. This is one of those things where they sound like both can be true, but both can be true at the same time. So what we're seeing is Gen Alpha and Gen Z particularly are consuming considerably less alcohol than their previous generations. And we're also seeing that people with severe alcohol dependency are having higher mortality, right? But since there's far more people who casually consume alcohol, you can have the total consumption levels drop while still seeing the extreme user groups increase, right? So these sound like they counterfactuals, but they're not. You're talking about what's called a base rate error. The base rate is the vast majority of alcohol is consumed casually by the general population. That can drop while your people who are treating mental health issues with alcohol or have some other underlying conditions can still be having very high mortality due from alcohol issues without it affecting that base rate.
Yeah, both can be true.
Just a quick stat. Alcohol deaths surged over 16% in Colorado between 2018 and 2021. Alcohol deaths were around 1,500 in 2022, I believe. During that same period.
Yeah, I think so.
I could be wrong on that last one because Tim knows more what he's talking about. Anyway, so those are the three things I wanted to bring up.
I have a couple questions. Where does one in the county get rid of like needles, medical waste?
Well, our clinic, people tend to bring that there. And so I have a stockpile in my office that I take to EMS. Those are incinerated. The challenge that we faced during the pandemic, we were sent tens of thousands of syringes with needles attached. And they're not considered bio waste because they're unused. So we could neither take them to the incinerator to be incinerated because they don't contain any bio waste, and we could not put them in the dump. So we had to figure out a different way. So we did.
What did you do?
I took them home.
Oh,
So I know for people like me, I'm type 1 diabetic, so I have medical waste and I'll find gas stations or different places, and I find that like really odd.
You can take it to one or two places. I'm not going to put another department on the hook for this, but I know the sheriff's office actively takes things like medications, et cetera. And as do we at the clinic. If you come with it in a Sharps container, if it's in a bag, we're gonna tell you to turn around and go put it in something else. If it's in a Sharps container, we're happy to take it. And then we will take it to the proper location to get incinerated.
I know my doctor had given me some of those. It nips the needle off of it. So you can discard it if it's not something that was injected, because I just put it in my pump, so it's not.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
I can
yeah.
just break that needle off and the needle goes into a capsule thing and holds it there. And then the second question that I have is, this was asked of me last night at the town hall. A concern about a chicken coop next to the creek. Is that acceptable?
We would love to come out and take a look, is the answer. It highly depends on a number of things.
It's up at St. Mary's. It's along, outside of the lake, I guess, but the spring comes through and the chickens have access to the spring, and the person is worried about feces getting in the water supply.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's a concern. So we would love to come out and take a look at it. And either confirm that reality, if, in which case it will need to be moved to a different location.
Perhaps, so I'll just send the complaint. I'll just tell them to,
To environmental health, yes.
okay.
It will come out and take a look.
When we sit as the Board of Public Health, is this environmental health too? Or is environmental health like a Board of County Commissioners function? I don't know that it really matters.
Question for Peter. I'm happy to address it. Yeah.
Not trying to outlaw the question, just I get these.
So, yeah, is the Board of Health cover environmental as well? Because environmental health is still part of.
Oh, yeah, right.
Has health in the name.
Yes, we did
Yeah.
28.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. What else? Okay. Thank you for your time and your work.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Your staff.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome. Colleagues, if I can make a 3:30, I will. But obviously my priority is here. It is a Zoom, so. We have 3 items left on the agenda. I think I have a shot. Do we need a break?
Nope. Good for me.
Let's go.
Is there anything?
I'm leg.
To leg. Do I need to share anything?
Yes, this one is, yes.
Okay.
We're now sitting as the Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District. The item 11, consideration of approval of resolution ESD 25-03, a resolution levying general property taxes for the year 2025 to help defray the costs of government for the Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District for the 2026 budget year. Rachel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair Marlin, the last session I sat in with you all on the last item on the agenda was really centered around the budget. This one is around the Emergency Services General Improvement District budget. Just like we did before with the counties, we're going to do the same here, and that is we adopt the mill levy and then we adopt the budget. And this item is specifically for the mill levy within the Emergency Services General Improvement District. And this is a revision in the mill levy based on voter approval. Yes, congratulations, the county. The larger picture on the screen right now is of the Emergency Services General Improvement District, just as a reminder of the area covered, because it is not inclusive of all of Clear Creek, although it does cover and include the ambulance district or our ambulance team, same service area. And in the next slide, you'll see a fairly significant change in revenue. And what's most interesting, I think, in comparing to the last slide under the county, you'll see that this levy change that was implemented brings back the amount of money that was previously provided to the county in 2016 through property tax. Now, as Manager Rolhop had shared during the last session, obviously the amount of things that can be purchased with today's dollar is 40% less than what could have been done in 2016. However, it is a movement in funding towards not only the district, but it also supports the fire authority under a contract that is executed, and we share dollars over to them. The same to the ambulance fund for the county. So this impacts the general fund for the county indirectly because we do not have to make a transfer from the general fund to the ambulance fund. So this is a large achievement for this year. Just want to congratulate everyone in the district. And this mill levy then is movement from 4.569 to 11.459. And the resulting dollars are within a cap as well. The district's assessed value did go up by 5.648%. So 5.25 being the number that we needed to be under in order for us not to be capped and reduce the amount of revenue. Ultimately, the cap reduces the amount of money that can be collected by $20,695. So, sitting as the district board, I'm asking for and recommending that you pass the Emergency Services District's Resolution number 25-03, effectuating the mill levy for 2025 to be collected in the 2026 budget. I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions?
I have 0 questions.
I have no questions.
Okay, comments?
I guess just thank you to the voters for
Yes, yes, yes.
taking care of our emergency services in the unincorporated area.
Yes, it was a huge step. I agree. So then I think we might be ready for both motions. Do you have a separate presentation on the second item?
I do not. It is quite summarily what's in the fiscal impact section, which is the table of, on the next item, you mean? So item 12, in that it's just the same idea of passing the next resolution, which is a separate resolution.
Okay, so let's just take up both motions then. One at a time, of course.
I wanted to point out, during the working sessions with the board, we did discuss the implementation of the reserve policy, and specifically for us pulling out and calling out in the documents themselves and in our budgeting, the table reserve. We've always maintained the table reserve. I just want to make sure and point out that it is there and it is being utilized through some of the fund balance. So it's not from the new dollars, it's actually from fund balance.
Great.
I would like to make a motion for the approval of resolution number ESD 25-03. Do I need to read the whole thing?
No.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And the motion on item 12.
I recommend that the Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District Board of Directors approve resolution ESD 25-02.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. We are now sitting as the Clear Creek County Housing Authority Board of Directors. This is, of course, not the Multi-Jurisdictional Housing Authority. Rachel?
Thank you. This is, thank you, Board of Directors. This item is the last item, and during our conversations during working session, wanted to make sure and point out that all of this information and these resolutions are part of the combined budget document that the county submits, because not only the Housing Authority, but the Emergency Services General Improvement District are component units of the county. We submit those documents to the state and our partners and state agencies as part of the county's budget. But as you'll see under the fiscal impact section of the agenda item and memo, the fund balance is anticipated to be at $27,621. This is a really low spending dollar item. It is really around a contract that we have. It is in the future intended to be merged into the Regional Housing Authority. We're maintaining it as that continues to get in place, come in place. So total revenue, $10,500, which is actually a transfer from the general fund of Clear Creek County to our housing authority. And then $500 revenue is interest earned, as pointed out during our working session, that needed to be accounted for. And then the final expenses are $10,050. I'll take any questions you might have.
Questions?
The only question that I do have is when this housing authority is up and running, does that eventually go away or okay?
We will,
That's the plan.
that's the plan, is once the regional housing, as Rachel mentioned, once the regional housing authority is in a healthy spot, we plan to dissolve this and transfer its contract liability to the regional housing authority. But until it's in a place, we need to keep funding it.
And its assets, right? It does have an asset on the book.
Yes.
Yes,
1% ownership in Riverbend.
yes,
Yes.
and its asset.
Okay, we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make a motion for the approval of resolution number HA 25-01.
I second your motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Poof, thank you all. Holly, before we adjourn, any comments for, none of the order, the only good things that are on the agenda? Hmm?
They did do item number 7. Thank you. Sorry, we were,
Comments for the-
wanted to confirm what was done.
Any comments for the good of the
Just, I
order?
mean, I don't know, just anything else. The reason I'm asking you all is because I just want to share that we had a robust budget process as a board this year. And instead of me spending a lot of private time in my house trying to analyze this budget, which I did, I got to spend that time with you all and with staff, publicly, transparently to the board and to the public, really digging in. And I think we have a better outcome for it. I want to thank Colton Roloff for leaning into this at the request of both the board and the leadership team. And I want to thank Rachel for this. Wow, it's kind of chaotic when you put together a bunch of numbers based on your early estimates and we're asking a question about every penny. And your grace through this process was impeccable. And I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to doubly thank Rachel. This has been obviously finances very leanly staffed. This has been a big disruption in the process over we have it done. And we've made some changes, and we feel like we're getting way closer to not flying blind with our budget. We know where we are at, and that's going to make our next round even more accurate and more refined, and we're going to continue to improve this process. You'll also notice we did make a little bit of a change to the budget document. It used to be that there was a lot of narrative in there about goals and things like that. We fully plan to come back to the board with a independent goal-making process for the divisions and not have it in the budget book. And what's in its place is every single line item from every single budget in a way that hasn't been presented in the budget book in the past. So the public has transparent access to that. So it's much more of a complete budget document and not a narrative document. We will supplement publicly with goals and division goals, I think, beginning next year, once we've had a chance to talk to the board and I've had a chance to align that with the leadership team. So.
Very good.
Okay, and lastly, colleagues, thank you. This is confusing, and you all did a really good job digging in here. And I'm proud of our work. Anything else?
No, I just wanted to say thank you too, as this is new to me, doing all this, and I think the explanation made things just so much smoother. I like getting into, I guess, the line items and stuff. I assume that's what always happened, though.
Yes,
Yeah, thank you very much.
I agree.
It did. It happened at home and via email and one-on-one. This is a far better process. With that, I think we are adjourned.
You.
Thank you.